Requesting the audience to join us in welcoming our esteemed guests with a huge round of applause.
A very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, faculty members, committee heads, participants, and dear students gathered here today.
I, Pooja Jha, along with my co-host,
Sara Di Brito,
welcome you all to DECODE X 2024, organized by the Metrics Committee of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. We extend a heartiest welcome to Mr. Mudit Dalmia, Vice President of NL Dalmia Educational Society, CEO of NL Dalmia Educational Society, Professor Dr. Sima Saini, respected Director, Professor Dr. M.A. Khan, our Dean Academics and HOD of Marketing Department, Professor Dr. Joyita Chatterjee, our HOD Business Analytics, Professor Amul Desai, our esteemed judges and guest speaker, faculty members, and all our participants who have contributed to making this event possible.
DECODE 2024 is not just an event. It is a platform for budding data scientists to showcase their talent and innovation. With a focus on data analytics and AI/ML, this event aims to provide a unique opportunity for students to delve into the world of data science and analytics.
I am thrilled to introduce DECODE X 2024 as a premier event that promises to push the boundaries of knowledge and creativity. Through workshops, expert insights, and hands-on learning experiences, participants will have the chance to unlock their potential and pave the way for future innovations.
Once again, we extend a warmest welcome to each one of you. Thank you for being part of DECODE X 2024, and we wish you all a rewarding and enriching experience ahead. Let's embark on this journey together and make DECODE X 2024 a grand success.
As we embark on this journey of knowledge and innovation, we invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom and learning. Just as darkness cannot drive out darkness and hate cannot drive out hate, only light and love can illuminate our path forward. Knowledge too cannot thrive in indifference. It needs to be nurtured and cherished.
In the spirit of enlightenment, I invite the esteemed dignitaries to join us in the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the minds and the pursuit of knowledge. As they light the lamp, let us remember that imparting knowledge is like feeding oil to the lamp. It enriches us all without diminishing our own light.
In reverence to Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of wisdom and knowledge, let us join our hearts in prayer, seeking her blessings for the journey ahead. May her divine grace present upon us the power of speech, the light of wisdom, and the abundance of knowledge. Now I invite everyone to rise as we offer our prayers to Goddess Saraswati. माच्युत शंकर प्रभुति देवै सदा वंदिता क्षमा पातु सरस्वती भगवती as the divine melody of Saraswati Vanna fills the air, may it inspire us to embrace the spirit of learning and discovery. Let us carry forth the blessings of Goddess Saraswati as we embark on this enlightening endeavor.
It is my privilege to introduce to the August gathering the Honorable Secretary of NL Dalmia Educational Society, Mr. Shailesh Dalmia. Mr. Dalmia is a commerce graduate from HR College and pursued law from the Government Law College. He has been instrumental in taking the society's legacy ahead since 1997. NL Dalmia Educational Society was established in 1982, and under his leadership, the NL Dalmia Educational Society runs 6 schools of excellence, including NL Dalmia High School, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, NL Dalmia Center of Research, NL Dalmia Global MBA, NL Dalmia College of Arts, Commerce and Science, NL Dalmia Center of Distance Learning and Online Management Studies. Guided by Mr. Dalmia's vision, the Institute has achieved remarkable recognitions and milestones, including ISO 9001-2015 certification and A+ grade from NAC. The Institute holds prestigious accreditations from MBA, SAQS, and AIU for PGDM programs. Recognizing the paramount importance of international collaborations in advancing the education, he leads strategic tie-ups with various international institutes like University of Harvard Business School USA, University of Wisconsin-Parkside USA, University of Westminster UK, the University of Winnipeg, Canada, and the Northern University, Bangladesh. These partnerships unlock unique avenues for learning and research, propelling the Institute into the world of global networking opportunities and strengthening the career prospects. Mr. Dalmia has been honored with various prestigious awards for his remarkable contributions in the education sector. Notably, in 2014, the President of India at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, Delhi, acknowledged his contribution to the society and nation building. In 2019, it was under his leadership the NL Dalmia Educational Society received the Social Welfare and Growth Award at CSI General Excellence Award from the Union Cabinet Minister, Mr. Narendra Singh Tomar in Delhi. Furthermore, in 2022, he was also honored for the best school with academic excellence in Maharashtra by then Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Bhagat Singh Koshyari. An entrepreneur and visionary par excellence, he has raised the educational society to a level that has left an indelible imprint on the education in the community and business at large. Sir has sent his good wishes and blessings to all the participants and audience.
Now I take the privilege to introduce the Vice President of NL Dalmia Educational Society, Mr. Mudit Dalmia. Mr. Mudit Dalmia is an industrial engineer from Northeastern University in Boston, USA. His remarkable academic achievements include a spot on the Dean's List and topping the program in the university, so showing his dedication and exceptional performance during his university years. During his career, Mr. Mudit worked at SAS, a leading analytics solution company, where he held the roles of data scientist and senior technical consultant. In these capacities, he contributed significantly to various high-profile projects, demonstrating his expertise and problem-solving skills in the field. Carrying forward this knowledge and practical understanding, Mr. Dalmia helps empower the cutting-edge PGDM Business Analytics program and curriculum at NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. Given his industry experience and vision of the future landscape of analytics and data science, his commitment, profound expertise, and leadership stands at the program's vital pillars. We welcome you, sir. We now request Mudit sir to share his thoughts on DECODE X 2024.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's had a good time. You must be tired. Welcome to the final stages of Decode X 2024. It is our first edition of a 24-hour business analytics hackathon, and I'm very honored to witness this culmination of all the talent that you guys have brought here and all the energy. I would like to first start off by thanking all our participants, our visitors, our esteemed guests, and as well as all the faculty, the student volunteers, the people who've come together to make this event happen, all the support staff, the organizing committee. Um, your presence here signifies your interest in analytics and also your willingness to push the boundaries of knowledge and problem solving. I'm sure that the last 24 hours have been taxing and tiring, but also engaging, exciting, fun, enjoyable. And you must have faced roadblocks, but you also, I'm sure, had those eureka moments when you pushed through a problem and discovered your solutions. I hope that you guys, go back home with a lot of fun memories. I'm sure a lot has been put to the test, including your problem-solving skills, your creativity, your teamwork. And I want to thank you for all your efforts for making this event a resounding success. Thank you once again, and I hope to see you all for Decode X 2024. Sorry, one more thing. I am a firm believer in having feedback. And at the back of your ID cards, you will see there's a QR code, just a couple of questions. So it will help us make the second edition of this event even better. So I encourage and I request all of you to sincerely, just leave us some feedback and some thoughts. And thank you so much again.
Thank you, sir, for your insights.
It is a pleasure to introduce the CEO of NL Dalmia Educational Society, Professor Dr. Sima Saini. Dr. Sima Saini brings with an extensive experience of 32 years in the field of education. Academically, she is honored with a PhD from Mumbai University and has a master's degree in economics and a master's in human resource development from Xavier's University, Cincinnati, USA. Furthermore, Dr. Sima Saini is professionally certified in the various areas. Project Management from Project Management Institute, Pennsylvania, USA. Excellence in Higher Education from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Certification in Strategic Leadership from Indian Institute of Management, IIM, Ahmedabad. And Design Thinking Program by Harvard Business School. Dr. Saini is an honorary member of National Advisory Council of SME Chamber in India. While in USA, ma'am was on the board of Cincinnati chapter of American School of Training and Development. Dr. Saini is on the panel of inspectors by the Council of the Indian Certificate School Exam and the Vice President of Association of ICIC School of Maharashtra region. She has also published papers in international journals and conferences proceedings. Her educational leadership promotes the success of all students while facilitating developments, implementation and stewardships of visions for learning. Continual evolutions in the education system is a guiding principle. In a pursuit of excellence in education and her commitment, she endeavors the further operating effectiveness of the institute and follows the vision and mission of the honorable founder, late Shri Niranjanlalji Dalmia. Dr. Saini is always ready to implement the best practices and techniques from all around the world in the collaboration with the government body. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Dr. Sima Saini to address the gathering.
Thank you so much for your lengthy introduction. Welcome, all of you. A very good afternoon, all the distinguished members in the dais. Vice President, Mr. Mudit Dalmia, Director, Dr. M.A. Khan, Dean Academics, Dr. Joyta, Head of Business Analytics, Mr. Amul Desai, esteemed faculty members, and dear students. It is with immense pleasure that I stand before you today to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants of the first edition of DECODE X, Data to Decision hackathon event of PGDM Business Analytics program of the NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. Please allow me to briefly introduce NL Dalmia Education Society for the benefit of our esteemed guests and the participants. The Enel Dalmia Education Society was established by a founder chairman, late Shri Niranjan Lalji Dalmia, who rose from a humble background and became a pioneer in the field of education. It was his penchant for learning that took him to Delhi, where he earned many scholarships. His philanthropic disposition made him share his scholarships with those who needed it the most, even while he was a student. A gold medalist in law from the Hindu College, having secured second position in civil service examination, he realized that education is the biggest enabler. Being a true visionary, he established the Enel Dalmia Educational Society in Mira Road in 1982 with the sole purpose to provide quality education. He could have established a school anywhere in Mumbai, instead chose a far-flung place in Mira Road, then which fell in rural Thane, with the only intent to contribute towards the society and nation building. Under the aegis of the society, we now run 6 schools of excellence: Enel Dalmia High School, Enel Dalmia College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Enel Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Enel Dalmia Management Research Center, Enel Dalmia Global MBA, and Enel Dalmia Center for Distance Learning and Online Management Studies. Enel Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research commenced in the year 1995 with only 60 students and now has approximately 1,000 students and about 8,199 alumni, many of whom hold senior positions in the corporates. With an aim to make our institute world-class, we have provided the necessary tools and equipments over a period of time. Why we are where we are today is simply because we have one single objective in mind, and that is to establish Enel Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research amongst the finest in the country. We have come quite far from being ranked around 700 amongst 1,000 institutes all over India to top 23 amongst more than 8,000 institutes in a short span of time, which undoubtedly is quite commendable. What makes us unique from the other schools in the country is the fact that the institution is not run on a business model, but on an educational model. It was for this reason that our chairman, Sri Shivkumarji Dalmia, decided to do away with the management quota, and in furtherance to the founder chairman's vision to reach out to the needy and admit students purely on merit. We are proud to say that we are the first B school in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, and amongst the very few in the country to have voluntarily relinquished the management quota as a pure service to society. You'll be proud to know that the acceptance rate at our institute is less than 10%, which indicates the quality of meritorious students. We are an ISO 9001-2015 certified institute approved by AICTE, HRD Ministry, Government of India, and are permanently affiliated to the University of Mumbai. The institute is NB accredited and also accredited with A+ NAC in the second cycle. I'm proud to announce that we have also received the coveted South Asian Quality Standard accreditation. The institute is triple star by CRISIL at the state level and A double star at the national level. Accreditation services for international schools, colleges, and university from the UK has also accredited us as a premier college. And we've been awarded high ratings for all operations from teaching, learning to infrastructure. The institute offers courses in PGDM finance, marketing, HR, and business analytics. It is affiliated to the University of Mumbai for its PhD programs. Moreover, the institute has received AICTE approval for the open distance learning and online programs. In furtherance to the vision of providing value-based quality management education, Enel Dalmia Institute develops leaders with a global conscience and global mindset and a social conscience. This has been taken forward by initiating the Global MBA program with an international MOU signed with University of Wisconsin, USA, Winnipeg University, Canada, and University of Westminster, UK. New initiatives have been taken by introducing value-added courses and certification programs. Techno-managerial courses, as you know, are the initiative of dynamic society of today's times. We have also collaborated with Harvard Business School, online and Coursera programs for students, faculty, and staff. We have engaged with several other international universities in the past. Collaborative projects based on student exchange program with Xavier University, USA, and University of Wisconsin Parkside has been very encouraging. At the national level, the Institute has collaborated with prestigious industry bodies like Multi Commodity Exchange of India, NISM, NIPM, Imarticus, and various others. The Institute is the first in Mumbai and South Asia's largest standalone Bloomberg finance lab to have 24 Bloomberg terminals and is the biggest Bloomberg experiential learning partner in South Asia. This Bloomberg professional service at the campus helps the institute strategically prepare its students for top end careers in banking, investment management, institutional broking, investment banking, and corporate treasury management. The institute provides focused and high end programs like Bloomberg Market Concepts and Bloomberg Analyst Certification, environmental social governance as well. Strides have been made in the field of research and community. We are proud of the initiatives taken in the field of civic engagement. To be in the forefront of development, we have allocated 25 million rupees for research and development to engage research activities. We also had the privilege to have successfully completed 5 research projects for Maharashtra Police, which are now circulated amongst various commissionerates of the country. As a part of nation building exercise, we have developed and are executing a customized long logistic management program for INS Hamla since 2005 until the 2014 and resumed again in 2017 till date, and have successfully completed multiple batches and certifications from NL Dalmia. I'm sure some of you may have noticed the naval officers yesterday in our campus going through this program. To develop a sense of social responsibility in the students, NL Dalmia Institute has introduced My Social Responsibility by adopting Kongaon village of Palghar district, wherein youth strides have been made in all 4 verticals: education, skill development, hygiene and healthcare, and environment. As an outcome of our initiative, Kongaon has been awarded 10 lakh rupees and a certificate of Talukka Sundar Gaon 2122 by the Zilla Parishad Palghar. That is the impact factor of the work that was taken up by the students under the vision and guide stewardship of Mr. Sailesh Dalmia. All our schools of excellence have been consistently receiving laurels and awards for innovation and contribution in the field of education. They have created benchmarks for excellence with each passing year. Our humble efforts have been recognized and appreciated by notable organizations and leading media houses throughout the country. In the year 2014, the society received an acknowledgement from the President of India at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi, for its contribution to society and nation building through large innovative strides in the field of education. The institute has also received award for empowering social change through education at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi, by Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, the Union Cabinet Minister. We were honored by Shri Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the then Governor of Maharashtra, at the Pride of Nation Awards 22 in the category of Best School with Academic Excellence in Maharashtra. Being the recipient of Pride of Maharashtra Award by Maharashtra Industrial and Economic Development Association, Excellence in B School Awards by Times of India, Education World, IMCR, in the recent past, many such honors have come our way. Yes, the NL Dalmia Institute is unique in more ways than one. For 4 generations have kept a close watch on these institutions ever since inception to take the institute to its present position. The vision and aim since the launch of the business school was always to provide and promote excellence in management education and to be amongst the top business schools in India. Ever since we started, that has been our focus, which reflects in an excellent placement track record with multiple opportunities being provided to our young leaders. I'm sure they will excel and perform in the real world as they do to enhance their skill set here in this temple of learning. I wish you all the best. I know you've been having a very tiring 24-hour schedule preparing for your projects and all set to wait for the results. I'm sure as the day progresses, we'll soon know. And I wish you all the best for that and earnestly hope that all the participants have had an excellent 2-day activity in this hackathon event, which culminates today. Wish you great success and a fruitful association with NL Dalmia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
taking this event ahead. I would now like to introduce you to the Director of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Professor Dr. M.A. Khan. Dr. M.A. Khan is a distinguished and highly qualified professional, bringing a wealth of experience and expertise to the world of academic administration. Having served as the Registrar of the University of Mumbai, Director of Sydenham Institute of Management Education Research and Entrepreneurship, Mumbai, and CEO of the HCOI, Ministry of Minority, Government of India. Dr. Khan has exhibited remarkable technical expertise and an unwavering commitment to academic excellence. In his recent tenure at NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Dr. Khan has achieved remarkable milestones, underscoring his commitment to excellence. The institute, under his leadership, has secured prestigious accreditations such as NAC, NBA, and AIU certifications. Additionally, the institute has received sanctions for online distance learning and online courses for 13 programs each, a testament to Dr. Khan's forward-thinking approach to education. Dr. Khan is recognized PhD guide of University of Mumbai for Management Studies. Under his guidance, 8 students have successfully completed their PhD programs, and currently 6 more are in progress, a testament to his commitment to nurturing the next generation of scholars. Dr. Khan's impact extends beyond administrative achievements. He is known for his humility and cooperative spirit, making him highly accessible to students. He goes beyond the traditional role of an administrator and has become a friend, philosopher, and mentor to all students under his guidance. We welcome you, sir.
I would now like to introduce you to a Dean of Academics and HOD of Marketing Department of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Professor Dr. Joyita Chatterjee. Ma'am is an academician with overall experience of 26 years, which includes 25 years in academics and brief stint in the industry. Her area of specialization is marketing, and she teaches PGDM students design thinking, marketing management, marketing of services, retailing, strategic brand management, sustainable business practices, and leadership. In a previous stint, she has been actively involved in the institution building such as syllabus design, academic administration, academic head, program chair, coordinator of conferences, and many more, and has published research papers in national and international journals, and presented her research work at several conferences which include various IIMs and IITs. Institute across the countries, along with the North American Society of Marketing Education in India. Additionally, she has also conducted MDPs and training sessions for corporate executives and government officials. We welcome you, ma'am.
I would now like to introduce you to our HOD of the Business Analytics Department of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Professor Amul Desai. Amul Desai sir has a solid background in business analytics, leading to his role in managing his consulting firm with a focus on finance, telecom, and insurance. At NL Dalmia, he is committed to educating the next generation of analytics professionals. As we meet here, Amul sir aims to share practical knowledge and insights with students from different fields. Highlighting his dedication to improving business analytics education, his work is central to preparing students to become future leaders in the industry. We welcome you, sir.
It's an honor to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Karthik Shankar. With a career spanning over 17 years in the dynamic world of strategic partnerships, e-commerce, digital marketing, and sales strategy within the insurance and financial service industry, Sir brings a wealth of expertise to the table. As the director of the partnership and alternate channels at Credilio, and with the previous leadership roles at prominent organizations like Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance and ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company Limited, Karthik sir has demonstrated a profound understanding of leveraging analytics to drive business successes. We welcome you, sir. I will now request Mr. Mudit Dalmia to felicitate Mr. Karthik Shankar, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to introduce our judge for the day, starting with Mr. Divyesh Dagli, sir. Divyesh, da- Divyesh Dagli is an accomplished and highly regarded management executive in the financial industry. With an excellent career spanning over 19 years, Divyesh sir currently holds the esteemed position of Group Executive Vice President and Head of Business Intelligence at Yes Bank. His journey to this distinguished role has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence and a profound commitment to innovation. Sir's academic pedigree includes executive education from the esteemed Indian Institute of Management and a postgraduate diploma in finance from Enel Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. Throughout his career, he has left an indelible mark with his deep expertise in analytics, business strategy, and data mining, having made significant contribution to leading organizations. He is not only a visionary leader but also a compassionate mentor who empowers his team to achieve their fullest potentials. Please join me in welcoming Divyesh Dagli sir, whose insights and experiences are sure to inspire and enlighten all of us today. We welcome you, sir. I would now request Sima Saini ma'am to felicitate sir.
Our next judge of the day, Mr. Shubham Jha. Sir is an analytics professional with more than 5 years of experience in software development and project implementation, plus an MBA from NMIMS Mumbai, and currently working as a business analyst at Amazon India. He possesses a widespread and progressive experience in the IT industry, focusing on the business analytics, design, development, implementation, and migration of large scale, big budget businesses transformation projects. Impeccable knowledge for initiating applications with a algorithm and data structures. Actively contributes in conducting expert business and system analysis, identifies business improvements and information system solutions, coordinating and scheduling projects, developing and monitoring project plans, and managing the end-to-end delivery of projects. We welcome you, sir. I will now request Dr. M.A. Khan to felicitate Mr. Shubham Jha.
Our next judge for today, Mr. Raghavendran Kandaswamy. Sir is a digital strategy and data and AI professional with over 19 years of experience. Throughout his career, he has served as a key advisor to numerous digital transformation and data and AI programs for various organizations. His expertise lies in not only solving business problems, but also in designing processes, roadmaps, and deploying defined strategies for sustainable value. In his current organization at Microsoft, he has held diverse roles across sales, pre-sales, advisory, and delivery. This unique background allows him to seamlessly integrate sales, product, and service strategy, solution development, and go-to-market efforts to help achieve revenue goals effectively. His key strategy consulting skill set include digital strategy development, center of excellence design, process reengineering and automation, data and AI technology. He is passionate about leveraging his expertise to drive impactful digital transformations and help organizations thrive in today's dynamic business landscape. We welcome you, sir. Now requesting Joita Chatterjee ma'am to felicitate sir. So the anticipations has peaked. We are thrilled to now announce the top 5 teams of our DECODE X 2024. Let's celebrate their outstanding achievements.
Are you guys excited?
We couldn't hear you. So the first team is Team Amaz. Congratulations, guys. Second team is Cyber Blaze. Third team, Cicada 3301. Fourth team, Analytics Ninja. Fifth team, Manalytics.
Congratulations, all the 5 teams. I would request our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Karthik Shankar, for the today's session on Analytics Insight to address the gathering.
Okay, so I think you guys already had a very, very long day yesterday, and I'm not really sure. This is audible? And I'm not really sure how many of you are still in a mood to sort of get more dose of Gyan. So what I'll try to do is I'll try to keep this really, really short and actually turn this over to you and hopefully maybe see if I can help you guys answer some of the possible problems that you might have sort of faced in general. Maybe more from a practical standpoint, not from a theoretical or academic standpoint, because that is what I'm trying to possibly do for you guys in possibly in the next 5-10 minutes. But just a few things, because I think uh, the panel is fairly esteemed. Not much I can really add in terms of the insight and expertise that they already have in terms of sharing with you. So I try to just reflect on some of my own. So I have spent roughly 15, 17 years working across various functions, various organizations, and few things which are more general practice and not necessarily, it doesn't really need to sort of apply for an analytics professional only, but this is something in general. I think one thing that you will end up facing more often than not uh, is problem solving, and this is something which is going to happen day in day out. And the biggest problem with problem solving is that people are unstructured. Whoever is giving you the problem will be unstructured. Um, the, your thought process itself will be all over the place. So the biggest thing that you need to be ready for is how do you attack it? And the first thing that to attack it would be how can you structure it? If you can structure the problem, then you can structure yourself in terms of how do you want to attack it. And therein somewhere lies the hope that you might be able to figure it out. Analytics is just one of the tool. It is a modern tool. Earlier, you didn't have so much data to sort of really rely on. Now, as we understand, right now we must within this hall we must be producing at least few thousand MBs of data by the minute in terms of what is happening on our phones. So that tool is just one of the things that might help you as you go forward in your career if you sort of choose analytics as your focus. But in general, for every professional, I don't think it is a choice. Ability to manage data seamlessly with comfort is something is expected from today's young professionals. And I hope that you guys have sort of gotten the confidence, at least in the last 24 hours, that you can attack it slightly more better as compared to what you were doing earlier. So my only hope that in the last 24 hours, you unlocked a new level. If you did, you possibly at least didn't waste one day. If you didn't, you would still have more days ahead. But what you want to do with it is, of course, going to be your call. 24 hours were there for you to sort of put yourself in a pressure scenario, see if you can sort of come up with something better. In practical life, you might not even get 24 hours. Please understand that. And often, please understand that opportunities will come your way, but you will only make sense of them only if you're prepared. A lot of people watch opportunities pass by. And of course, to some extent, and I would say to quite a large extent, some bit of luck also plays a role. And let's not neglect that, but that is with everyone. You might be unlucky on days, you might be lucky on days. But only if you are prepared is when you have some semblance or chance that you will do something out of that opportunity. If you're not prepared, you might as well just sleep off. So I hope we all are awake. While I know this is a graveyard shift and you guys have sort of had some rough, possibly one night, but it is nothing in terms of what is going to sort of come in future. So just be prepared for it is what I can tell you. Lastly, and ideally this was supposed to be fairly long, I have chosen to sort of really cut this short. I'll just leave you with obviously something that most of you must have heard about it, learned about it, called the Golden Circle. I hope everyone has heard of it at least. If not, I try to just give one quick one-liner on this. It is about the why, how, and what of any problem solving. And this is something that you need to possibly get in your head first thing whenever you sort of face something, especially with something which is new. The why part is the most important. Why is that problem itself being posed? Why is the problem requiring a solution? And that is something which will typically come from your stakeholders. More often than not, you will be on the other side, wherein you will be sort of trying to be part of a team wherein there's a problem which is to be solved. Unless you understand the business side of the problem, you won't get it. And if yesterday was any measure of things to come by, I'm very sure that the first part of the entire process was understanding what the problem itself was. Yeah, and that requires business understanding. Please go deeper into understanding whichever business you will be part of in your professional lives as well. The deeper you understand the business, the better you are prepared to at least tackle it. The next stage will be how do you go about and tackle it based on your knowledge, your experience, some bit of analytical understanding. You might get the tools to sort of work through it, but structuring the problem solving is where this will sort of play a role. The how is where your understanding, your knowledge will come into play. And finally, the what of it. Once you've solved it, a large part of it will be execution. And this is where we have seen, at least I have seen most analytical processes sort of die down. Yeah, because execution is where most efforts have not sort of produced results. So if you have sort of thought through till the end in terms of why, how, and what, I believe you should be in a position to get better value than most. And it will be competitive out there, let's face it. So with this, I thought I'll just share my bit around what I've seen possibly working for myself. And if some of you possibly might use this at least in general to start things off. This is no measure of a solution by any standards. This is just something to sort of trigger off your imagination if this is something that you possibly lacked or if you needed some help around it. And last but not the least, I think whether you have all the knowledge or not, your attitude will determine your success. Let's face it. A lot of people say, no, I don't want to do this. Whether you will be the yes ones on the right places, in the right points, will determine whether the right kind of opportunities come to you all. And attitude will determine how fast you will grow. It will be a pyramid for everyone. You will have finite opportunities. People with the right attitude, because there will be a lot with similar knowledge. Your peers are at similar knowledge levels. Possibly when you entered through some examination or the other, your entire batch was at the same knowledge level almost. So what will ultimately make the differentiation in possibly 5 years after you pass out, after you look back, is how you attacked it in person, as your personality, as your attitude to something. So try to see if you can do something about it if you can, else try to learn in terms of from people who you believe have shown it better than others. And it is a continuous process. It is not something that will happen overnight. But ultimately, success I've seen is going to be highly correlated with attitude than knowledge. Um, so thanks so much for having me. I hope that some of you possibly woke up from the slumber that you are already in. But thanks so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. We now request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy the first row.
The top 5 teams, I request you to come in green room. Welcome everyone once again. Before starting with the presentation of top 5 team, I would like to share some glimpses of day 1. Moving forward, as we have already informed the rules of the teams and the jury members, we are reiterating the same for the information of the audience. Participating teams have been allocated their cases. The final presentation shall not be more than 15 minutes. At the end of the 13th minute, the team will be prompted with the time remaining in the form of a buzzer. At the end of 15 minutes, the participants need to end their presentation. The presentation shall be followed by 15 minutes of Q&A sessions. I would now like to invite Team Cyberblaze for their presentations.
So, good afternoon, everybody. We are Team Cyberblaze, and after a long, tiresome night, we are actually very honored to be the first team that presents our project in front of you. So, so let me introduce our problem first. So, our problem was loan approval. So, how do we? What are the reasons why a loan gets approved or it gets rejected? Now, what are loans? Loans are the pillar of a financial institution or an economy because it helps people to realize their ambitions and their expectations from life without having that spending capacity at the moment. So, uh, and more importantly, personal loans. Now, the interesting thing about personal loans is that we do not need to have uh, hedge any form of asset for a personal loan. It does not have to be for a particular reason. It can be, say, for you want to redecorate your housing, you want to go for a vacation. For any reason, you can utilize or take a personal loan. So now let me introduce our problem statement. Uh, the company Apex Bank of India, which is a leading financial institution, uh, has a pre-existing database of customers who have been approved or rejected for loans, and then they want to actually find a segment of customers that they can give loans to. Their objective is to increase the number of personal loans that they approve, hence increasing their share of personal loans. Our objective was to segment and select and prioritize eligible customers from the customer base for offering pre-approved personal loans. Now, to explain our data set, I would like to call upon my teammate Raj Shankar.
Thank you, Malar. So I will take the opportunity to explain to you the data set that we had at hand. So by looking at the problem statement, it might seem a bit trivial to solve this sort of a problem. But when we got the data set, we realized that this case study is not a trivial. It's not trivial at all because the dimensions of our data set, it contained around 648 columns and about 94
94,000 rows, which is a huge data set to work with. So we started our project with trying to look at what are the type of data that we have. So I would broadly categorize the data into three headings. One is customer insights, which contained demographic data like customer ID, date of birth, current age, and so on, and also transaction records with the bank, their FD information, and so on. And the second heading that we have is financial insights. So this would contain information about the loans which the customer had availed from the bank. And these loans are broadly categorized into home loans, loan against property, personal loans, and vehicle loans. And finally, I would categorize a certain subset of the columns as loan acceptance prediction, which is something that we used. It contained the target variable as well as some sort of indicators like the sanction amount, sanction limit for the the pre-approved personal loans which the company had provided. Now I would like to just invite all of you to understand the data a little bit. Since our data set had a lot of columns, I would like to just cut it short and explain a few important columns that we found. So I would like all of you to have a look at the graph on the top left, which is loan approval status. I will read that out to you. It reads loan approval status according to gender. So the gender is broadly categorized as male and female in our data set. And the red color on the graph contains the red color is basically the response variable where the customer has declined the loan, and the blue color is the I'm sorry, I would like to reiterate myself. The red color is where the customer has accepted the loan, and the blue color is where the customer has declined the loan. So the bar on the left side contains the female, and the bar on the right side contains the male. So as you can see, the count of male entries in our data set is about 40% larger than that of the female counts. And um, as such the rejection number, the count of rejection is also large due to that same reason. And we can say that it is while the acceptance rate, which is the number of loans which was accepted by the particular gender by the total number of loans provided, was slightly higher for male individuals. And I would also like to just quickly go to the graph on the bottom right, which is the density plot of age. And the data lies between about 20 to 55. And if you look at the density, there are multiple peaks, but the highest peak we can notice is somewhere around 31 to 32 years of age. So we realize that that is about the age at which a person is settling down. They're starting a family. They would like personal loans or home loans and such. And as such, the number of people who might be accepting these loans might also be higher. And we also notice some smaller spikes at the age of about 45 years old and 50 years old, which might it is a bit hard to interpret these spikes, but we took a guess at it, and we thought that this could be due to the customers feeling that they are just at the brink of not being accepted, not falling under the eligibility criteria to get a loan, which is why they might have a higher acceptance rate. Next, I would like to look at the workflow which we took for our project. So first was data pre-processing. So we cleaned the data which we had. It contained a lot of missing values, and which we classified as missing completely at random, which means that a lot of the missing values were dependent on other values. So let's say, for example, that we had around 115 columns just based on home loan. So if a customer had not taken a home loan with the bank, all of those 115 columns would be blank, which doesn't mean that the data is insignificant, but it has a certain interpretability that the customer had not taken a home loan, which can be interpreted in a significant way. And next we look at feature selection, which is that in order to reduce the dimensions of the data set, we first tried the traditional methods of principal component analysis and factor analysis, but neither of them proved to be very successful because of the different data types that were present, which included data, categorical data, numeric data, and logical data. So we went ahead and used information gain in order to reduce those 648 variables to about 75 variables based on key loan and credit factors, which would significantly, we believe, would significantly improve would impact the probability or chance of a customer accepting a pre-approved home loan, personal loan. I'm sorry. And next, we decided to classify the. So this was a typical classification problem because the response variable was that the customer had either accepted the loan or declined it. So we used a decision tree model to classify this, and it gave us an accuracy of 78%. But we were not concerned that much with the accuracy of prediction as such, but more importantly, we were concerned um, with the property of decision trees, which is feature significance. So in a short, in brief, feature significance basically includes the property of decision trees to be able to hierarchically classify features based on the significance or impact towards the um, response variable. And as such, with the first decision tree, we we got a hierarchy of these features, but the weightage of them was about the first weightage was about 16%, and then it fell down to 5, 4, and then even below 1. So we felt that it might not be correctly depicting the actual hierarchy that the features might have. So we took the top 9 features, and we ran a second decision tree. I'm sorry, using the 9 features, and as such, we took those 9 features, and we found a hierarchy for those particular features, and that hierarchy and the significance of it would be explained by my teammate Theodore.
Thank you, Raj. So now I will discuss about the results that we received from the decision tree. So first of all, the accuracy for our second decision tree was also 78% after performing a hyperparameter tuning. So that means that it is a good accuracy and can be used to generalize results on a population. So now we will have a look at the feature importance or the feature significance. So this is the hierarchy that we have found, and a lot of them have a weightage of over 10%, which seems quite good. But I shall also like to explain the logic behind these because they are well supported by logic as well. So let's consider the first one, whether a person is salaried or not. So if a person is salaried, the bank is more likely to give him a loan because he has a constant source of income, and hence he is more likely to be able to pay the loans. Next, the total balance in the current month and the last 12 months. This also, if you have a great balance in the current month as well as a good balance over the last 12 months, a bank is more likely to offer you a loan because they are more confident that you will not default on that very loan. But if we come to the next two, that is the total credit amount in the last 3 months and last credit amount the maximum latest credit amount. These two, if you have a decent or a manageable credit score which is not too high, then the bank would feel that you are less likely to default on your loan, and hence they will feel more likely to offer you. Another one is the age at the date of analysis. Usually, it is considered that people who are slightly elder are more settled in life and have financial stability, and hence they would prefer to give them loans. And last, I would like to discuss about gender. There ideally should not be any such relation, but it might be a possibility that in our data set, the females were slightly had a. Is it, so now we'll discuss the limitations and future scope. So, as Raj had mentioned, that many of the customers did not take any particular kind of loans, which led to a huge amount of missing values in our data, and that tends to disproportionate our results, and hence we would tend to want to give higher weights to them in future models being trained to ensure that this is given a better weightage. Next is that we assume that the customer is only coming to this particular banking service, which may not be true in every life and in every situation, and we may not be able to perfectly capture the behavior of the customer. And finally, the data set had some particular missing values which we could not properly interpret without valid documentation, and hence we had to remove them to ensure it did not bias our results too much. Thank you.
Thank you, team. So we can now begin with the Q&A session for the team.
First of all, congratulations on being the top 5.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Brilliant presentation. Just a few things, few disconnects which I found. Uh, the first few slides where the graphs were there, we were focusing on the clients accepting the loans or not. Okay,
Yes, sir.
usually a pre-approved loan
Yes.
is generally a cross-sell product offered to our existing clients because we know those clients. Generally, it's clients who just have a saving account or a current account with us don't have a loan relationship with us, but we know those clients. We have their PAN card number. We can extract a lot of external data for those clients. So for those clients, we can come up with a pre-approved offers. Okay. So analytics should be more on how do I filter among those clients and then come out with a list of cream clients whom I can give a pre-approved offer rather than who will select my offer. It's just a random, just like cold calling, but you are just giving a pre-approved offer to a set of customers whom you know are not gonna default or will meet your criteria, pre-approved. So that should be, I mean, that should be your start point. Understanding the, the filtering mechanism of, which client should I approve, give a pre-approved offer. Then getting into analytics of how many clients accepted my offer and did not accept. Okay, within that you can cut and slice and add a lot of. I mean, this topic is very interesting. One of my favorite topics. Okay, a lot of external data is available, like the CIBIL scores. Some a new tool is available called Account Aggregator. Okay, so that will do away with lot of documentation in the future. Okay, if somebody comes to the bank for a particular loan, there is a third party called an account aggregator who will collate all the documentation from all the banks where the client has accounts, give you all the documents, and then you can cut and slice those in various buckets. So, which pockets you need to hit, you will be very clear. So, rather than, I mean, hitting on which type of clients are accepting my pre-approved offer, You should get into which clients we should give a pre-approved offer.
The results and analysis, the where we are ranking our factors or variables, those are the variables that the company will focus on while sending their already existing customers their offers. So suppose for like according to the values of those ranks, they will decide which segment of the customers they will target in the future with their personal loans. So this will help in them in optimizing the marketing also of the personal loans. So I realized what you say, that the initial part was about customers accepting, but our results were about the from the company's point of view, where what are the variables that they will target when they will select when targeting a customer.
Sure. Sure. There's something called a waterfall. You cannot filter on all the filters. So there is a you prioritize those filters. The first filter, which is the most critical, I mean the clients who come out of those filters, I mean filtered out. The second filter will apply only on those set of clients. So it will taper down to a very small set of customers. So all the parameters cannot be applied on all the clients. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, to Divesh's point, I was also stuck at a point where I was trying to figure out, are you trying to determine whether a person qualifies for a loan, or are you trying to say among pre-approved offers who are people who is likely to take a loan, right? But importantly, this is a classic use case delivered by a wide set of banks across the country. This is pretty standard in some ways, and the quality of data here is reasonably rich in a real world scenario. What I would have liked to see in this, in addition to what you've done, is a lot of feature engineering there, right? In analytics, effectively, you will have to take, one is working with data to understand data significance to the problem. But it's also important to apply your real world scenarios to the problem itself, right? You've taken balances, both debit and credit. You've taken salaries of individuals. It's very easy for you in such a short time to quickly engineer a feature to identify the weight of salary against the amount of loan offered, if it's a pre-approved offer that you're trying to solve, right? Similarly, balances matter ultimately when it comes to a person taking a loan, right? So because you had credit transactions and debit transactions as part of your data, you could have clearly analyzed who is really saving up how much and what is the expense of an individual through a month, right? And then determined and infuse that basically as a significant variable if it truly holds significance from a data standpoint, right? So I would have loved to see a lot of feature engineering. While I know 24 hours is too much, but in your real life, it's very important to apply how would it really relate to you if you would be the person trying to identify for a bank who is going to, where is there going to be an uptake for a loan. And that's a bigger area to work on, not the model itself, right? And that, according to me, would effectively have helped you improve accuracy levels as well, because in a real world scenario, that's what banks would like to effectively see, a greater than 80% accuracy in outcomes, so they're able to effectively exercise the use case in a production environment. So you need to keep that in mind when you go forward.
Yes, sir, surely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Great presentation. Thanks. I just wanted to know, as per the problem that you explained, your problem was to, I think, optimize for uh, response rate from the customers. And I just want a clarity on what was your target variable when training or going for training the model.
Our target variable was, we had a variable which contained data of whether a customer had accepted or rejected the loans, and that was our target variable which we were aiming for.
Okay, so your Y is accepted or rejected, and then you trained. Okay, and I just wanted to know why did you choose to choose a tree-based model over any other type of model?
So while also we are also finding, wanted to rank the factors according to their importance while predicting the target variable. That is, while if the customer is accepting, or if the company is giving or not giving. So for the and decision tree helps us to rank those factors, because the decision tree will first select the most important variable, then make a division, and then so on.
So your target variable was, in fact, if bank is giving the loan or not.
Yes. Yes.
But the problem was, I think, to see if the response rate can, if the acceptance of the loan from the customers can be increased or not. But anyways, I saw in the slide for your EDA that there was, in terms of male and female, there was a disbalance in the data. In terms of conversion, also there was the blue and the pink chart, there was a disbalance there. So this data seems to be highly imbalanced. And you went ahead and trained a decision tree on it. Did you do anything? Because if there are more males in your data set or more conversion in your data set, your model will be biased towards males or towards converting non-converting males. So did you do anything to balance the data set, or oversampling, undersampling, anything?
So while selecting our features, because we wanted to increase the number of personal loans that the company wants to dish out, we only selected the factors that will be favorable for a company to give out loans. So, for example, so suppose if a customer has a lot of credit in his current account, then that is favorable for the company, because that customer will be more likely to repay his. So using that logic along with feature selection, we have found an optimum set of factors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Just one final question. If you were to do this again, would you do it the same way, or would you adopt a different methodology?
So we would definitely incorporate what sir said, more of feature engineering. Due to the time constraint, we could not even even find try
Anything
some
other than
other.
feature engineering?
Sir, so first of all, I would like to say that as soon as we received the data set, we were very, very shocked by the, the size of it. And I wish we had more time to explore the features by themselves and try to understand more about what each feature would signify in terms of the problem statement. That is something, in essence, exploratory.
That's what analytics is for.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But
it's not about how much data is there. It is about how do you decompose it without sort of spending all your energy into each variable. And which is why I'm asking, would you do something differently?
Yes,
in terms of the modeling approach, I'm saying.
Yeah, we will surely try and look for some more better models than just a decision tree, so which would better capture it and give a better optimum response rate for the company. We would definitely have done more deeper research to find a better model to be used.
Done. Thank you so much. That's all about.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, team Amaz. You can now inviting a second team, Ninja Analytics. Best of luck, Analytics Ninja. You all have a minute to set up.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are Team Analytics Ninja. Myself, Sasikumar, and this is Prasad. We are the students of IIM Mumbai. Basically, our problem statement was from an energy sector. We had a client called Luminant who have to forecast their energy demands accordingly. So why Luminant have to do this in the first place? It's because government is coming up with a new policy called ABT, where each and every energy player have to pay tariff for the bulk and energy procurement from the government. So now they want to increase their forecast so that they're going to reduce this particular tariff. So how we approach this, how we approached our client, we just took the data, and then we just did an exploratory analysis, like what is there and what are the features which our client is going to provide us. We cleaned the particular data, and we made sure what are the correlations existing between each and every feature, and based on the correlation, what is the model that we are going to build, and if there are multiple models that we can deploy, then what are those models and what are the errors between those models, and which is the best model for our client. So this was our approach. And yeah, to start with data preparation, what data we got from the client. So basically our client gave us 3 sheets. So the first sheet, which contained of the data of our weather report, they had a connection with Meteorological Department of India, where they got this weather report, like what's the temperature, what's the humidity and heat factor, those things. And the second data, which had the holidays, like when do we have a holiday, and if we have a holiday, what is the change in fluctuations, those data we had. And the third data we had was about like load, like from April 2013 till April 2021, they had this load, how much load was used by each and every people, and how was this thing moving on. So these were the 3 sheets which was given to us. So basically we thought, why can't we take these sheets separately and clean the data and find a particular similarity between each and every sheets and combine them as a master sheet. So we did that in the first place, and then we just thought, what about the outliers? Because outliers are going to play a vital role. Here we just had this Z-score. We applied this Z-score formula and found certain outliers and found what is the reason for that particular outlier, which is mentioned there. And after that, we just made sure to visualize the data to understand if there is any trend or seasonality which is existing there. And we found that there is no trend and there is no seasonality. But this is there is seasonality actually. So, but this is just a word of mouth, right? We have to prove this. So we just went to prove the same. And yeah, two other things, we also made sure we are labeling few data. So few data were having decimal points. So we just rounded it off, and we labeled this holiday into classifiers like zeros and ones. It will be easy for us to do with analytics. The next is about feature study. So here we just created an matrix, where correlation matrix, where we are going to correlate each and every feature and what is that correlation percentage between each and everything. So among the features, we found major 4 features which are very good correlation with the load, and few features which is not having that good correlation. So basically we just want to study if those features can be given weightage accordingly. If it's going to be given a weightage, then what model we are going to deploy, that will be coming in the later part. And then we just went with seasonality and trend study. So for performing seasonality study, we just went with that autocorrelation function. There we just found the particular data that was given to us was having seasonality. And here we can see that it's having that 96 time lags. Like during that time, there was this repetition of the peak. And then we just did this trend study to prove that there is no trend existing in the particular data. Then we just did this augmented decay fuller test and prove that there is no trend existing in the data. Then we also saw one more thing in the provided data set. The thing was, there is between 2 features, there was correlation existing. There was this temperature feature which had correlation with both heat index and cool factor, which is about 90% correlation. So this will create an issue. This will create overfitting actually in the model. So we want to eliminate this. In order to do this, we multiplied both heat index and temperature into one, and then use that particular data for prediction. Yeah, now Prashant will be saying about model selection.
Thank you, Sasi. So moving on to the next steps in modeling. So this is the variation of data, I mean the description of the data we have. So it has large volume of data, that is one, and it has multiple features, and there are problems existing with the correlation between 2 independent features. So to remove that, we used VAF study to find the better features which would work for this model. And this is the data summary. One is the large volume of the data, and the second high dimensional, and it is dispersed. And the third one would be it is in the form of tabular and nonlinear forms, and there are missing data which we had to take care of. So we, after the secondary research, like based on the summary of the data we get, and based on the secondary research, we finalized with 2 models. One is XG boosting, and second one is the random forest regression. So why this model? Because these are the commonly used models in these areas, and the advantage of XG boosting is it can do parallel computing. So it can perform better for a high volume of data. And the second one would be that it can automatically handle missing values and the third one would be the importance of features. It will have, I mean, it will allot weightage for the features indirectly. That means like it will decide how much, what feature to use for the split, and if the split is, if the feature is used multiple times for the same split, then it will indirectly assign the weightage to that feature. And the second one would be the advantage of the random forests. Here, actually, this is also a widely used model for these kind of applications, and we got 91% test accuracy and I mean 0.91 R squared for trained data and 0.45 for test data initially. So we thought of going for this model also. And so this is the steps we followed for model development. So so these are the 4 features we considered for modeling. First one would be the month time. So based on the date time they have given, we split into 2, month and time. And the second one would be the cool factor. I mean, third one would be the cool factor, and the last one would be the new feature that that is formed by combining heat index and the temperature. And we performed seasonality and trend analysis, and then went ahead with model development of regression. I mean, decision tree and I mean the random forest and XGBoost regressor. And then we evaluated with root mean square and R squared values, and then we found the best model. So coming to the hyperparameter tuning, both model was performing better compared to all other models, but we have to see why the score is very less for the test data. So we went for 2 hyperparameter tuning. So initially we got train R square value of 0.9945, which is very close to 1 for both random forest and XGBoost, but we have that is kind of performing poor for the test data. So it proves that there is an overfitting in the model. So we went ahead with the hyperparameter tuning. We fine-tuned with various by changing the hyperparameters, and then finally found the right parameters for the model. And then moving ahead.
Yeah, here comes the output analysis. Basically, our client was smart. So he or she gave us 2 sets of data set. One was train and test. So now we just ran our model with test data set, and we just got this as our graph. So basically, our particular predictor model was able to find the seasonality and move ahead with that. But there was a drop there. So that happened in May of 2021. The reason was it rained during the May. So that was the reason. So due to which there was some fluctuations in the load. And then based on this data, we just came up with the R square and RMS, and what was the training R2 that we got. So here is the recommendation actually. So for random forest, our R square was 0.53, and for XGBoost, our R square was 0.55. So we just told to our client that it's better, you can go with XGBoost. And here we also want to do a bit more advanced. We want to make sure how this raining data, which rain which came in May, impacted the data. We just went to the previous sheets which was provided to us by the client in the training set, where we didn't have any rain during this May. So that impacted this particular thing. So we have to also predict in such a way that if there is rain in an uncertain condition, then what is going to happen? That will be the future enhancement that we'll be telling to our client. So yeah, thank you, and open for the questions.
Thank you.
The duration of your data was between 13 and 21.
Yes, that was it.
Which effectively means that your data would have seen a complete variation coming into 19 onwards.
Exactly.
How did you deal with that?
Exactly. So there was lots of variance there. So we wanted to do normalization actually. So we went ahead with normalization and performed the same, and saw our R square. It had very less impact. That is, it was 0.54 and it became 0.55 actually. So there was no much impact in normalization. So there is one more thing here. So if you are going to do normalization at the initial stage, we have to also denormalize the data while showing to the client. Suppose the client is going to enter for the next 2 days. This is going to be my temperature. This is going to be my heat. This is going to be my cool factor. So it have to give the value. So for that, we have to have that alpha factor, which is going to multiply and provide the accurate value. So hence we didn't go for normalization here. But that's a valid question. The standard deviation in the data was around 257, which is so huge. So that is the reason for the 0.55 R square. R square should be near to 1. But initially in this, since the standard deviation is more, 0.55 is considered to be one of the best predictions here.
Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is, your problem was similar to energy demand forecasting. You initially started with time series analysis, the four pillars of time series analysis: trend, seasonality, cyclicity, noise. You looked at trend and seasonality, did not look at cyclicity. You might not have found it. But then you moved on training the model on XGBoost regressor or other multivariate regressing techniques. Why didn't you stay with time series forecasting? Was it? I just want to understand. Do you see this as a time series forecasting problem or a multivariate regression problem?
Yeah, it can be forecasted in time series models, but the problem is the month, the time, and other features are having more weightage on the, giving more importance for the model. So we cannot incorporate those features in the time series analysis. So incorporate those features, we went for ML.
So for example, the time had 0.47 correlation with the load, but temperature and heat had 0.69 and 0.68 correlation. So here features are playing more important than the time. So we want to include time inside this feature. And there was no trend also exhibited in the model. So we thought we'll go for this multivariate.
So do you know of any model which in which you can use external features into a time series? Aremax.
Yeah, that is Arima.
So Arima is based on this time series forecasting. Aremax can take into external features. So the analysis is just my input from this side. You can go back and improve this. So what you can do is you can take your whatever seasonality data that you've got. You can take the features that you've got from this multivariate regression. You already have the top features. You can use them in Aremax feature by feature and try to see which one of these Aremax 1, 2, 3, which one of these models too good. This is one thing you can do. The other thing you can do is some years ago, Facebook released a model, FB Profit. So FB Profit has holidays built in, and I think those would match with the holidays that you have here. You can use your external features. It has a feature of including external variables there. It is similar to Aremax, but on steroids. So you can use FB Profit to predict this. The other question that I had is, while doing correlation analysis, you found out some features and then you did this. When you go back to the client, this is another recommendation. Your client, most likely when you go to consult someone or work in a more corporate setting, when you explain these parameters, R square, the XGBoost model, and then the accuracy factors, the PPT like this, they're going to zone out after the second slide. So you must focus more on the things that matter to the business and how are you improving their forecasting accuracy. Even though you're not looking this as a time series forecasting problem, when you are looking into it, it is a good thing to focus on what does the business want to, in which parameters the business want to hear, and then explain it to them in their language. That's what the base of a consultant is. So I hope you understood my improvements, but great PPT. Thank you.
Yeah, so good presentation. I believe while Shubham took care of most of my questions also, but just one thing I want to understand: why was the presentation so technical? How many people would have understood it?
We had few hypotheses initially during data analysis, but we have to prove that so those hypotheses actually exist.
No, I'll ask the question differently. How much money will I lose if I use your model?
Exactly. That financials we are not including.
Did you see the impact?
Yeah, yeah.
Shubham just mentioned it, right?
The business impact is more important.
So if I'm on the other side, I'll ask how much money will I save, or will I lose the money if I use your model?
Sure.
That is the main question that needs to be answered.
Yes, sir. True enough.
You mentioned there is an availability based ABT.
ABT, yeah. So what's the tax?
Precisely, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking to save money.
Mm-hmm.
That is the core. Please understand the business problem is that you need to find ways to sort of reach that point.
Yes, sir. So we'll develop on that.
Yeah, thank you. We are done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Team Analytics Ninja. Now I am inviting our another team, Manalytics, to present their presentation. Best of luck, team.
Hello, everyone. So this is Team Analytics. I'm Sharon Yal, and I have my friend Akash Yadav here. Could you please come in? So our case study is case study 5, and our basic objective can be divided into two segments. For the first part, we have predictive analysis, where we have to analyze historical data of 100 stocks over a period of 10 years, and we have to build a generic approach that predicts returns. Yeah, and we have to build a generic approach that predict returns on each of these stocks. Now, note that it says returns on each of these stocks. So how we'll tackle that, we'll deal that later. For the next part, using these predicted returns, we'll have a portfolio optimization. For the portfolio optimization, we have to build an optimized portfolio with a minimum return of 20%, and we have to select 10 stocks out of the 100 stocks. So this is for the first part of our case study. This is a basic overview of what I have done. So in the first part, we have data preparation, where we have over 100 files, and we have to concatenate all of these files. The major variable that we have chosen is adjusted close price rather than just close price. The reason being that it's a more accurate measure of the value of stock, because it incorporates dividends and split stocks. After that, we have used a stacked LSTM model. The stacked LSTM model is a very generic, and it's a basic structure of our approach. What it does is, so we have made an architecture of 3 layers with dropouts to incorporate overfitting of data. And using, now this is a very general model, but we have applied it over 100 stocks. So using loops and iteration, we have fine-tuned our model by applying it all over the stocks and getting our predictions for the adjusted close price. After that, after getting our adjusted close price, we have calculated returns based on the values of the previous close price, and that's how we get our predictions. So this basically gives you an overview of a stacked LSTM models architecture. As you can see, there are 3 layers. There are other parameters that I've mentioned here as well. And this is just the general approach. For each of the 100 stocks, we have used this model to fine tune on it, which to perform hyperparameter tuning on it, to calculate the final. And so also one thing I want you to note, that while for building this model, this general approach model, we have manually selected a few stocks to find what a good ideal, not exactly ideal, but what a good architecture would be like. So the criteria which we choose those manually selected those stocks, one was these stocks should have low correlation between them, and after that we tried to plot these and tried to calculate seasonality and trend to find out if they are having different patterns. The idea was basically to have a diverse set of stocks, for that to build this generic approach of model. Next slide. Right. So for, as I mentioned, we have selected a few stocks just to build our basic framework of LSTM. This is one of those stocks, and you can see our MSC score is around 1000 approximately. And after using this model, as I said, we'll get our predicted adjusted values, and with the help of that, we'll calculate our returns. And what we do with the returns, my friend Akash will tell you next.
Okay, so now that we have calculated the adjusted closing price for each of the stocks, we'll move to the portfolio optimization steps. So for first objective in that we had was to select the top 10 stocks. So top 10 stocks, and then we'll create a portfolio. The next step is to optimize the weights for the portfolio so that we get the optimal weights in. So how much for each of the stocks that we'll have to buy. And lastly, the main objective was to get a 20% returns. And also we did an additional thing, that is find the optimal allocation portfolio. So the first step was, now that we have from using the LSTM model, we got the adjusted closing price for the next 3 months. That is ranging from October 2019 to December of 2019. So on the basis of the adjusted closing price, we calculated the percentage change in the stocks, that is the returns. And on the basis of that, we took the highest average percentage returns and sorted them in the descending order. And the top 10 was taken as the top 10 stocks that we have to choose. Now there are multiple methods to do this. This one was the most reliable for our data set that we found, and we chose this. So these are the script codes for all the top 10 stocks that we have taken, actually, the top 10 stocks. So for the step 2 and step 3, we have combined and we did the modern portfolio theory technique that, to optimize the portfolio. So the main focus is the adjusted close column, because using the adjusted close column, we derive the returns. So on the basis of the adjusted close column, what we do is we get the expected returns of the entire portfolio on the basis of assigning the weights to the expected returns of the daily returns. So for the entirety of 3 months, we'll assign the weights, and from that we'll get the expected return of the entire portfolio. So further we'll get we did the covariance and correlation analysis of the stocks that we have chosen to see if there's a correlation between the data set, correlation between the stocks. So now we have calculated say a dummy return and dummy returns and volatility based on the assigning equal weights to all of the stocks. So this is just the dummy. So on that we'll get the returns for the particular script code. Say for example, 532712 has a return of around 86% with a volatility of 14. So now this is just a dummy. The number is not optimized yet. So now on the basis of this, if we carefully observe that, then we'll see that the more the returns, higher is the volatility. So next we'll have to optimize these weights, because we can't just use equal weights for all of the stocks. So what we did is, like the multiple methods, we chose the random weight assignment. We took 10,000 random weights such that each of the combination of weights, they add up to 1. And assigning these random weights, we have got the returns, volatility, and the assigned weights to all of the 10 different stocks. So if we go around the row, we'll see the returns, the volatility, and the weights that was given to each of the script codes. So this was done for 10,000. So number of the rows is 10,000 and the columns is 12. So next is the scatter plot of the volatility and returns. This is known as the efficient frontier for the portfolio. So using efficient frontier, what we get is that if for a particular, if we fix the volatility, which is on the x-axis, we can find the maximum expected returns on that particular volatility, or we can fix the returns, and for that we can get the least volatility. Yeah, and each point on the left edge, on the leftmost part of the scatter plot, shows the optimal portfolio of the stocks that maximizes the return for any given value of the risk. So now the red star is the most efficient portfolio, which is on the basis of the minimum volatility. So now there's 2 techniques in this. That is, first to calculate the minimum volatility, and the other we can choose is to maximize the returns. So this one, in this, the red star it actually shows the returns, the expected returns for that particular, for the least volatility, which came to around 42% of returns. So next is the Sharpe ratio test, Sharpe ratio. So this gives us the like an optimized score for a portfolio at a particular risk-free rate. We have fixed that to be 1%. So using the Sharpe ratio, we get a volatility of around 2.7% and a return of 49%. And if we notice from the minimum volatility, we see that an optimal risk portfolio, the risk in the portfolio is increased by just 1%, while the difference in the stock returns is increased by 8.7% by using the Sharpe ratio. So now the red one shows the minimum volatility, and the green star shows us the optimal weight that will be chosen by using the Sharpe ratio test.
So for a conclusion for the first part, we can see our final data frame consists of 66 values, as we didn't consider Saturdays and Sundays because of course the market is closed there. The final values were returns, daily returns of 100 stocks in a CSV file which we submitted earlier, and the first value will be an AN value because of course for a predictive values the first you can't have the first return value.
Uh, Yeah, so for the portfolio optimization, so there's actually three approaches. The one is maximizing the profit. Next is minimizing the volatility or the risk, and lastly is the optimizing portfolio with a risk-free rate of say 1%. So now in the case study, which was for the Horizon investments, Mr. Adam wanted to maximize the profits. So if we use that, then the optimal weights for each of the different stocks is given, and the returns for that what came around to be 49ish%. And for the minimum volatility, we already saw that it came to be 42ish%. And for the optimal weight, it was again 49%. So one thing to note here is that these the values, the returns that we have got, and the volatility scores that we have got might have been bloated because we have used the modern portfolio theory technique, which is basically the mean variance analysis, and it has actually a limitation that it actually bloats the returns. That's it. Thank you.
Good presentation. Thank you. So I just want to understand. Initially, you saw this as a time series forecasting problem, and then you went ahead to train using LSTM. Why didn't you? Did you look at other models, simpler models, before implementing LSTM?
Yes, sir, we definitely did. We tried Sarima model and we tried some other model as well, but it's very hard to predict values of stocks because machine learning just can't really predict values of stock that easily. So we had to use a model like LSTM, which is very useful in sequential learning.
Okay, so you did some basic analysis on the trend seasonality that you are seeing using Sarima and other models, and then you decided that I'll use transfer-based model, LSTM, and then predict the data. And finally, when you have classified your stocks into weights, and then decided to see that this is the portfolio that they should be going ahead with. There's one recommendation: you should have assumed that the client is, for example, investing some X amount, $10,000, for example, and this is the amount that they should be expecting. Very clearly, you should have put that up in the slide, so that as I said, the client, if they are an investor, they are not going to be concerned with what LSTM techniques that you have used. So if you could include that in your final portfolio, that portfolio 1 gives you this, 2 gives you this, 3 gives you this, and then this is the expected ARR that you're going to see there. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, sir.
Yeah, so if I was on the other side and you were to advise me among 1, 2, 3, which one would you advise and why?
So, depending on the just keeping in mind the case study, so the Mr. Adam wanted to maximize the profit. He was a robust guy. He didn't look in the he was like a risk taker. So he decided, let's take the maximizing the profit. But what we did, we took the MPT, the modern portfolio theory. In that, the model assumes that, say, if I say that both the returns are the same, but and there's a low risk or the high risk, the person will obviously choose the low risk. So depending on the personality of the other person, if he's ready to take the risk, and we have shown that if the person is ready to take the risk, we can give him more profit, while compared to taking low risk, we're giving 42% of the returns.
I'll put it differently. Is there an impact on the horizon of investment in terms of number of years that the answers will change? If I were to invest for 5 years versus 15 years, will the model fitting change in terms of, so say for example, while I may choose to sort of invest X amount today, okay, but horizon also has a play, right? For example, your maximization happens linearly throughout, or it sort of happens over a period, and so hence a certain amount of time has to get elapsed before the maximization takes into.
We have calculated this over a period of 3 months. So definitely for a long period of time, this same strategy might not work, and we would have to incorporate more time to maximize it properly for a longer periods.
Your input data was for how long?
Around 10 years, daily data around 10 years.
And you're telling me for 3 months.
So in the problem statement, it was mentioned to predict return values for the next 3 months only.
Right. So the problem is either way is for a very short duration, right?
Right.
It's a trading strategy that you have to suggest.
Right. It's more of a trading strategy rather than a long-term investment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
Sir.
so much, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team Analytics. Next, we have Team Cicada 3301.
Hello. Hello everyone. So my name is Manan Sir, and I'll be a representative for the Cicada 3301 team. And my topic for today's use case is the front runner detection in stock market. So before I start with the presentation, I'll explain what a front runner basically is. So whenever there is a broker and a client, so the broker has prior knowledge about
Mike.
So the broker has prior knowledge about the about a trade which will happen, a big trade which will happen that will have significant market movement. So before the client places the order, the broker buys a few amount of stocks, and then when the client places the order, the broker places the client's order, and this causes a significant movement in price. The price rises, and then just as the price rises, the broker sells his stocks, making a profit. So that's what we have to detect using our project. So so the business problem is why is front running a concern? Because this can erode the trust in the markets, and it also has potential risk to investors and the integrity of the exchange. Then it mitigates the risk of investors perceiving the market as unfair or non-transparent, leading to the decreased trading volume and revenue in the exchange. And this challenge can be used to reduce fraud and regain the trust in stock exchange. The objective is to basically recognize patterns which constitute a front-running fraudulent case. So basically, a large amount of orders for a given script on a particular day, which is a key indicator for front-running. Then we have to develop a methodology to flag such front-running cases from occurring, and the behavioral patterns and the order characteristics that constitute a front-running case. Then, to minimize manual intervention, we use automated algorithms or automated methods to achieve this. So the main methodology is first we clean the data set that is given to us to make it uh, appropriate for further processing. Then we identify brokers in particular which are buying a stock. And after the broker buys a stock, short time after the broker buys stocks for a client, which is a very big amount, then we observe the market movement if it goes up, and if the broker sells shortly after the market goes up, then that is could constitute a case of front running. Yeah. So the data preparation was one of the important steps in our in our in our use case. So first we used describe the data to give us all of the important statistics for the columns. Then since the data set given to us had many white spaces and tabular characters, so we renamed all the columns. Then the dates given in the column were of various formats, so it was very hard to work for us, so we standardized all the dates in the column, and also the time was given in different formats, so we also standardized the time. And the main methodology, here's the main methodology: the timing of transactions in relation to significant client investments, then the patterns of buying and selling behavior which exhibit a front running case, then fluctuations in stock prices following broker transactions, and analysis of transaction volumes and order sizes in correlation with market movements. So this was the main methodology which we wanted to apply. And while brainstorming, when we first got this challenge, we had many alternative approaches also, which are listed here, like focusing on two consecutive orders that took place, which one where the broker buys a small amount and then he buys for a client. Then we also thought of a flagging system uh, that will uh, flag the transactions based on the severity. Then we thought of a layered structure where each transaction will go through several layers of uh, security to ensure that no front-running fraudulent transactions can get through. Then we also thought of anomaly detection algorithms like Benford's law and attribute analysis to detect anomalies in the transaction data. So when we did our analysis, there were a few cases that stood out to us in the data, which could constitute as front running. So the broker buys a large order, and the large order is executed on the broker's behalf, like on the client's behalf by the broker, and the broker sells the same number of shares. Then the broker makes consistent profits before and after a large trade, and then the broker buys and sells to himself, but the client is different, and it could be a potential case of front running. So the third point which I mentioned, where the broker IDs were same but the client IDs were different, we thought that it was an anomaly, and that it could be a potential case of front running. So we further investigated it. uh, and self trading is a uh, is a phenomenon where a trader buys and sells securities to themselves and can raise ethical and regulatory concerns. It is not a thing we want in well regulated markets, and thus we always prevent self trading. So self-trading does not always constitute to errors, but but there are other factors where it can also occur. Like there can be a data matching entry where the ID of the broker was not correctly uh, entered. Then there can be internal matching where financial institutions can the trades can be matched with the same entities. Then algorithmic trading strategies may use this for risk management. So just to summarize, so also this point wasn't mentioned in our data, but we tried another method where we aggregated various datas which trades which occurred by the same broker on the same day and on the same company using the group by function, and we summed the trade value. So even if the broker tries to evade the front running case by various small transactions, it will be caught. So yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, what was the duration of data that you had with you?
The
The duration of data.
So we had two tables. One was the order table and the trade table. The trade had around 600,000 rows, and trade had around 400,000 rows.
I'm wondering why haven't you put up any form of visualization to exhibit your exploration in the first place, and then give us a view in terms of what did you actually land up identifying as possible front running cases and why, as an explanation through specific examples that you would have found in your data.
So we had faced some problems while doing the second case where we were doing group buy. So we didn't actually include the pictures, but for this self-trading one, we shortlisted like a bunch of uh, potential candidates which could be front-running cases.
Okay. My only view is that a lot that I see there is information that I know, but there is really nothing from your data that I get out of this
Yes,
presentation of yours.
yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you. Can you explain? Can you re-explain what does front running mean according to you?
So basically, front trading means that the broker has a prior information that there is a large trade that is going to take place, which will move the market up. So the broker on his own buys a small amount of shares, and then he executes the client's orders and buys the client's shares on its behalf. So the market goes up, and then he sells the shares immediately.
Okay. So front running is a problem in the industry, and it was quite evident when it was given to you.
Yeah.
So did you look for how does the government solve this problem, or how does anyone else solve it before starting the PPT?
So we had read like a SEBI case which happened. Like the HOD sir was coming, so he told us that we can read the SEBI case, and the government took various measures to control these types of cases.
Yeah. So if you go through the SEBI website or any other uh, the organization which manages stocks, if you go to one of their website and try to read the whole document, they also mention how did they catch such front runners, how are they planning to catch them and going ahead. So rule number one of analytical problem solving, rule number one: see if anyone else has solved it before. Then you don't need to do all your data analysis. And it's a similar point. I was expecting more feature engineering data analysis, which you might have done, but you might not have presented in the PPT.
Yes.
Good PPT. Thanks.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Cicada 3301. Now inviting Team Amaz for their presentation.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. Yeah. This is Sanjeev, this is Ravi, and myself, Amit, and we are Team Amaz, and we will be discussing about the case which we received yesterday. So, okay, yeah, sorry, sorry for the, yeah. So I'll start. So I'll set the context, what kind of case we received. So it was a case related to a pizza manufacturing company, and they were struggling with a procurement planning because good amount of ingredients were involved, and there were dynamic pricing, and there were so many price changes. So it was difficult for them to predict when to procure, what to procure, how to procure. And again, if you procure a lot, then will be a storage cost if involved into that. So they were struggling with this procurement stuff, operation management, as well as the IT infrastructure to support these problems. So we came up with this. So in the evening, we were told that there's a golden rule to how to approach an unstructured problem of what, how, and why. So coincidentally, we have so we have taken that approach. So I will be discussing about the part why here. So these are the problem statement is basically how to forecast your demand. So we have delved deep more into data driven procurement planning. Then you have to reduce the wastage. You have to maintain your outstock. So that's why we have proposed a solution for centralized activities for our warehouse level as well as our store level. Third one is there is dynamic pricing or commodity price fluctuate a lot. So we have proposed a mechanism so that we can predict proper pricing and we can deal with the cost inefficiency. Moving on to the next slide. So this is just a basic data preparation and stuff which we did once we received the data. So we were having 3 sets of data: bill of material, sales price, where all the promotion and discounts were mentioned, and the third one was supply chain metrics, which was one of the most important, where all the lead time and all that stuff were given to us. So cleaning, loading, transformation, all this visual inspection we did to understand whether there is a problem in the data set or not, or if there is any problem, how to deal with those. So this is just a small visual inspection. You can see here there's a huge outlier there, and we consider it is one of the most important ingredient, mozzarella cheese, in our pizza process. So we have dig deeper into that also in further slides. Yeah. So coming to the second part, how to deal with the problem. So what are the approaches which we took to solve all those 3 problems which I mentioned earlier. So demand forecasting was one thing which company was struggling to come up with because huge amount of price variations were there. So we started with double exponential smoothing, and to just validate that, we use the ARIMA model, whether we are forecasting properly or not. So we did that. Cost benefit analysis, which the company was struggling to have proper bottom line, and to understand that, we did a how much you procure, and if you will procure this much, how will be the storage cost it will incur, because shelf life was involved also in the kind of ingredient which they were using. So, and in the data set, discounts and promotions were also there, and we understood that there's a huge correlation between the sales and the discount offer. So we did a dynamic pricing strategy for that also. Warehouse inventory management, we did this thing for 2 levels. Warehouse level, we had to had some buffer stock, as well as on the store level. So there were 30 stores available. So we gave a proper planning for that also. And there were huge amount of ingredients available. So we had to come up with a procurement calendar. So a procurement manager has to understand when and how to procure certain amount of material. So we have given a solution for procurement calendar also. And we'll end up our presentation with the key insights and the recommendation further.
Sir, you rightly mentioned in the morning that many of us actually tend to lose motivation during the execution part. That is the what part. Fortunately, we don't do that, and we consider ourselves fortunate to be here. Starting with the demand forecasting, we started with a simple model of double exponential smoothing, but we felt that only an Excel model wouldn't suffice since the data was quite comprehensive, and later we validated this data with ARIMA. So what we did here was we started with approach. Our approach was to predict the number of pizzas that were being sold. But pizzas have many ingredients in them, and hence some of these ingredients, some of these commodity prices had an upward trend, and some had a lower trend. Hence, on an aggregate level, we were not able to see any trend. Hence, we had to go for a bottom-up approach, wherein we were seeing the prices of the commodities, and on the basis of that, we were seeing how we'll procure. That gave us a clear trend, and hence we were able to reduce the wastage as well as make sure that we are procuring all the items at the right price. This is the ARIMA model I talked about. Fortunately for us, Arima as well as the double exponential smoothing were giving us the same forecast. Coming to discount adjustment. So as my friend Amit rightly mentioned, there was a clear correlation between the sales of pizzas as well as when the discounts and promotions were being applied. So if we would have let go this part, our prediction would have ended in a very wrong manner. So what we did was we took all the ingredients prices and applied the discounts to each one of them, given a particular store and given which ingredient belongs to which pizza. On the basis of that, we got more than 280,000 rows because we applied the melt function in Python, wherein we had to transform the whole data set. Unfortunately, with such a large data set, even Python couldn't do all the calculations in a fast time. So what we did was we aggregated this onto a weekly level. And then once we had the weekly data, we applied the promotion to get the accurate forecasts of consumption. Next slide, please. So once we had the forecast, we segregated our inventory on store level as well as on the warehouse level. On store level, since we had already aggregated our data, we divided it by 7 to get the average daily consumption rather. We assumed it to be evenly spread across the weeks. And we subtracted that from each and every store to get how much inventory we are saving on the store level. Simultaneously, we also had the aggregate of 30 stores, which we were subtracting from the warehouse level. For both of these, we had a different reorder quantity. For the store level, we took for the dispatch time of the store level, we took the buffer stock to be 20%. And for the warehouse, we took the buffer stock to be 30% because we don't want to take a chance and lose out on our warehouse stock. Next. We also did a cluster analysis to make sure that we are procuring at those months of the years where our commodity prices are the least, so that we don't end up paying a very high amount. Warehouse inventory management. As it was mentioned in the case that the company is actually struggling with automation. So we came up with a model which will give live inventory of each store to the warehouse, and which will help us in predicting in sending the right materials to the right store at the right time. Procurement calendar. This was actually the major problem which the case wanted us to solve. Building a normal procurement calendar is relatively easy, but what we wanted to do was come up with a dynamic system wherein we are able to come up with the procurement plan based on automation. Come to the next slide, please. So what we did was we came up with a chatbot and we gave it a prompt. We made sure that it understands what the level of each and every store inventory is, as well as what is the level of warehouse. So at the bottom, you can see I've asked for the overview of the next month, and I'm getting everything I want to know. How much tomatoes do I need to buy, at what cost, and when? Similarly, all the other ingredients. When should I buy, and at what price should I buy, and whether to buy it in the next month or not. Next slide. This system, we called it as IntelliStock because it is giving us intelligent insights to stock of when to stock our store and when not to go for a particular commodity. This framework, you can see, most of the companies want to have a supply chain wherein the supply uncertainty is low and the demand uncertainty is also low. Once we have this solution, which is IntelliStock with us, we'll be able to come up with an efficient supply chain, which is both better in cost and better in efficiency as well. Next slide.
Hello. Yeah. So as my colleague Sanjeev has rightly mentioned that one of the major problem was talking about the procurement calendar, and as we have given the name as IntelliStock, so our key insights would revolve around the same, that IntelliStock is actually serving as the virtual procurement advisor who will actually deliver the monthly strategies aligned with the market conditions and the operational needs. In addition to that, to mitigate the supply chain fluctuations and prevent potential losses, we're also trying for real-time inventory management as well in our solution. Coming to the cost-benefit analysis, as Sanjeev has rightly mentioned, we are doing a detailed cost-benefit analysis where we are trying to balance the storage cost and the shelf life, leading to cost savings. And also we have strategic discount and pricing adaptation along with the intelligent procurement forecast.
Lastly, I would like to cover the financial impact. Once we do come up with the IntelliStock, we only covered one ingredient as of now to make sure that it is not very heavy for the audience, because the calculation was a little too heavy. So if we are able to come up with this solution, mozzarella cheese, which is the most important ingredient of any pizza, we were able to save. It had an impact of 13,12,500 rupees on basis of our calculation. Thank you.
Yeah, we're open to questions.
Good presentation. Thank you. So I just want to ask, there are multiple dimensionalities when you look at ingredients leading to a pizza. So looking at this from a person who owns a pizza chain, for example, uh, I saw in your model that you have. Can you go back a couple of slides before this? Before this, yeah, a step before, where you did the modeling, the EDA part.
EDA.
The EDA part. Yeah. Yeah. So you had a look at all the parameters for time series forecasting, and then you might have used external features
Yeah,
into
we
that.
use Tableau for coming up with this forecast.
No, but while training the model, you might have included external features in that model. But one thing that you did not do was that different ingredients have different shelf lives. So if you include shelf life into that feature, and if you see, then you need to optimize for that feature for shelf life for that ingredient also.
Yes.
For example, if your model recommends that these many tomatoes is going to increase my revenue by some X amount, but you inherently know that after 2 or 3 days you can't use those tomatoes, and then that becomes a failure in terms of predicting the final output.
Yes, sir. So to answer the question, I already mentioned that the first approach we took was to look at the aggregate level, wherein we are predicting the sales of pizzas. But that didn't work out for us because there was no trend. Then what we did was we predicted each and every the trend for each and every ingredient. So in that model, we were taking into consideration the shelf life. So on the right hand bottom side, you can see we only mentioned one ingredient as of now, because there were 30 ingredients, and Tableau was taking into consideration the shelf life of the ingredient.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you are predicting sales of ingredient 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
and then you build that model into an application, and then, for example, if I ask that question, okay, which ingredient should I use? For an ingredient, it will tell me the correct values because your models are ingredient based.
Yes.
But coming to as a business user, my problem is that I have to sell pizzas and I have to increase the production. If which levers do I need to pull to finally impact my production, my final value? Now, what happens is at an ingredient level, they should work fine.
Yeah.
But when I'm
I
concerned
get your
about
problem, sir. So
Yeah.
you are basically saying some ingredients have a very low shelf life, and even if I procure them at a low cost, I might end up wasting them, right?
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
So yes, fortunately the data set had two different sets of ingredients, which is refrigerated and non-refrigerated. So we built a different model for both of them. Although the shelf life for both of them will differ a little bit. Let's say tomatoes and some other non-refrigerated item will have a different shelf life. It's not very different. Tomatoes had a shelf life of 4, while another ingredient had a shelf life of 7. But there wasn't a huge difference between the shelf life of refrigerated and non-refrigerated ingredients. So that is how we segregated them. We were procuring refrigerated items at one time and non-refrigerated one time to avoid that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I have a different question. Can you go to your last slide, please?
Sure.
Since you almost, productized this in the name of IntelliStock.
Yeah.
There is
The
a
previous slide.
Yeah, there is a total annual financial impact.
That is only for one ingredient.
It's
Yeah.
only for one ingredient.
Yeah. That's
Assuming
not the profit, but impact. Yeah.
Assuming you have it for all ingredients at
Yeah.
the end of the day, and you were to productize this and carry it into the market, how would you price for this?
That okay. You want me to give you the product level analysis of IntelliStock?
How would you productize IntelliStock?
So it
will be
Understood.
yeah. So I'll take that.
I'm
So
just taking a step up because you've gone pretty far in what you've done. I'm just trying to understand how do you commercialize this.
So it will be an intelligent, internal level stuff. So this is I'm doing it for my company. So I'm not going to do commercialize the IntelliStock. So this
So
will
we
be
were
assuming you do.
okay. So we will go for a subscription-based model. There can be two approaches. One can be subscription-based model, whether they find our IntelliStock to be efficient for them or not. Or secondly, we can take a cut on the orders, on the basis of the orders which are increasing after they incorporate IntelliStock.
So just one thing I want to add here. So why we come up with this far-fetched idea of bringing a chatbot? Because we were told that you have to come up with a procurement calendar. So we came up with that also. But the amount of ingredients and the timing was the permutation and combination of these things was so vast. If as a procurement manager myself, if I look it into, I won't get that proper timing and proper inputs when I should go for buying and overstocking. So that's why so a kind of customized options if the chatbot will give, then I can have my sector understanding and I'll put it into and I'll do my procurement.
Basically, to make the life of the procurement manager easier. As in the question here we asked included none of the ingredients. What is the give me the context of give me the overview of the next month, and on the basis of that, it was giving all the ingredients.
But why a chatbot? Why not a dashboard?
Sir, because the number of ingredients were so much. In fact, not all the ingredients were given when we were looking at the web data to see what is the buffer stock for each of the ingredients. We found out there were more than 50 ingredients that actually go into pizza, and we don't want a manager to be overwhelmed by a dashboard. So let's say we have a pie chart with more than 30 items that need to be procured in the next month. That will be overwhelming for the manager. Why not give him a chatbot wherein he just asks, what do I need to procure for the next month, next quarter, next 6 months, whatever he wants. And he'll get a list of all those things at what price.
But don't you think logically any manager's next step would effectively be to simulate scenarios?
Simulate scenarios, yes. So yes, eventually what you're saying is to see, once we have this, they'll try and see which item to buy for the next month and minimize the cost. For that, we can integrate a dashboard later, but not for seeing what I need to procure. I completely agree with your point.
This will be a starting point for a procurement manager. So if you are having 30 ingredients, it will give you 5 or 6 ingredients to look into. He will have a look of 5 or 6 ingredients, and then he will bring his understanding of sectors and he will do the various combination and simulation as what you rightly said, and then he will come up with a proper solution.
But we completely agree with your point there that in the future, what we can do is include simulation in our product.
You did it for mozzarella, right? Mozzarella cheese.
Yes, mozzarella cheese. It was a major component in. There were a total of around 20 pizzas. Around 14 to 15 of them had mozzarella as its main component, and hence we went for that.
So, what do you think a pizza company when they?
So we can't hear you.
When the pizza company buy ingredients, what do you think how they buy?
They, as I mentioned earlier, it depends on whether the ingredient is seasonal or not, whether it's cyclical or not. And
those tomatoes.
Yeah.
How do they buy?
You're talking about tomato. Whether or not it's the season of tomatoes. In the future, if, let's say, we know the rains are going to be higher in a particular state where I am procuring, and there's a chance of dearth of tomatoes in the future, I'll try and procure more, given that I have a cold freeze wherein I can store it for 1 or 2 months. That is how the strategy of a non-refrigerated item will be. Whereas, let's say cheese, which is a refrigerated item, I'm getting it at a price of 0.8 times what is its normal price. I would try and procure it 6 to 8 months earlier, because that will help me save a lot more than I'm currently doing.
Just one point
so
here.
They will go.
Yeah.
Hear my question. Don't fight among yourself. What I'm asking you is, if you are going to buy tomatoes, where you will buy? You will go to a shop and buy, or where you will buy?
No, why? We won't go to a shop. This app is based on we are taking an assumption that we are buying from wholesale.
I'm not talking about your app. If I have to buy, as a pizza owner, I want to buy tomatoes. Where will I go and buy?
Various platforms are available. So like we can float tenders also. We'll have so there are B2B firms also. They provide fresh ingredients related to tomato which have little shelf life. So that B2B platform also we can have a partnership with, or we can float tenders. So majority of the matter of fact pizza and all, if you will see, they have channel partners which provide them these material on a recurrent basis. So they have a customized buffet of the items which they provide on daily basis, because they have some criteria that these many pizza they're going to sell basis that these much ingredient they will be requiring. So they will give them on a regular basis.
I'd like to take an example here as well. There is an app called Utpan and Dehat, which are giving live stocks on a regular basis based on the amount of your procurement needs. Let's say I want to procure 1,000 kg tomatoes, and some other person wants to procure 10,000 kg tomatoes. The rate will be very different for both of us. So of course we'll be partnering with B2B platforms. Such B2B platforms, there is Utpan, then there is Dehat, and if still we are not able to cover our consumption rate, then we'll have to go to the wholesale market. But as Amit rightly pointed out, we'll have to come up with partnerships with B2B platforms to start with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one final question before you guys sort of scoot off. So essentially, this chatbot will be for people who don't belong to procurement, right?
No, sir.
Why would I need?
No, the thing is, we are not saying this. So if I'll give
No,
you,
I'm saying the assumption is that you don't want to load the procurement manager with the decisions that they need to do as a procurement manager, right?
so I'll
Is
give,
that is the assumption, right?
no, sir. I'll give.
Right, you are
our-
taking his job profile away from him,
I'll give.
and you believe they will buy your product. Ever, never is the answer.
No,
That's all I just wanted to sort of
It's
point
fine,
out.
sir. I'll give our understanding. It
Please,
might be
please.
wrong. So here the thing is, it's all based on commodity pricing. So that person has to have an understanding of all the geography where prices are lower down. So he had to deal with all the commodity based on various regions. So what we are doing here is we are we are reducing his task to involve in this process, and he can be more involved into more decision making. So this will give him a starting point, and then he can build up his own. So we are not taking his job away. We are making his life easier.
I'll just give you one insight just for future. Whenever you sell something to someone, please understand that they do that role for a living, right? They're fairly serious about whichever product that they're going to sort of sign up for. What it also means is that they will go deeper into everything to sort of convince themselves that it is of value and use to them. I think that is a basic assumption which you should not question. That's all.
Sure. So can I answer that, or are we done?
That was my only suggestion.
Yes,
There
sir.
is no
I
answer
completely
back.
agree with your point. What you're saying is they might see our app as a vulnerability, right, for themselves, but so have the developers. But have the companies stopped using ChatGPT? They're in fact taking advantage of it. Yes, we have had job losses, but at the end of the day, it's the race for the best, isn't it? The procurement managers, not all of them might be able to retain their job, but why wouldn't they want to make their jobs easier, so to say, is my question.
No, I think no. Here's a question. Let me try to answer it. See, the point is very simple. With your product, I will be able to sort of remove my dependency on people, and I can put essentially people who have no knowledge of the function to do it because the product will be good enough.
That's not what we're claiming.
No, that is what is claimed.
The claim is that, as
Anyway,
rightly.
this is not for debate.
Yes, sir. I'm
Either
not
way, it is
debating.
out of the scope of the conversation.
I know, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
thank you for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Amaz. Congratulating all the 5 teams for presenting us with such good presentations. I now request the volunteers to escort the judges to the conference room for evaluating and deciding the winners of DECODE X 2024.
Yeah, stay. Because I know you're going to make me do that. I'm not going to. So basically, you do and say, guys, so how this thing is going to work is same topics at a time. Yes. And team of say 2 to 3 people. So that only 10. The questions will be displayed on your screen. Yes. On the screen at the back. And create the optional colors on your phone. So you have to choose the option accordingly to the what's displayed on the big screen. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Everyone, please hold your hearts. We're about to bring an exciting segment for you all. Please get seated on your seats to enjoy and get along with us for this roller coaster of a ride.
deeply and we're about to put your knowledge and reflexes to the test. We're about to put your knowledge and reflexes to the test in a thrilling fastest finger fist. 5, मैम इसके लिए हम वहाँ पे मीटिंग करेंगे यहाँ पे बस ये अनाउंस करके whoever gets the one has the biggest prize.
Guys, we're starting in 2 minutes. I want all of y'all to be seated on your seats.
KAHOOT.
हाथ नीचे रख, हाथ नीचे रख।
No Kahoot. Okay, good, great. So that's what we are gonna play right now. So in one game, in one login, we can have 10 teams. So we can either make like y'all can play individually, or we can make teams of say 3 to 4, and y'all can play as a team. The questions will be displayed on the big screen here, along with the answer options, and y'all will have to choose the color on your phones. So y'all can either use the scan or log in or go on a Google and type Kahoot and start the play with the game pin there.
So here's the code that you need to enter to. Ma'am, they're basic business analytics question. I believe everyone would know. Ma'am, do not worry. We have a very fun segment after this too.
The pin
Double two
220
2619.
You all will have to be really fast with scanning the questions, okay? It's not gonna be the whole time on the screen.
Be quick, guys.
1, 2, 3. Only 10 can play. Now, how many of them are here already? Start. Ma'am, second round. Repeat the question. Read the question.
Which of the following is not a major stock exchange of the stock index of the Bombay Stock Exchange? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's restart the game, no? So hence it's not taking. Oh. Next question. Let's give it up for Raj Shankar, guys. He's leading the board. Next question. Let's see who guesses the next question first. What is IPO? I think everybody knows this. None the next round for sure.
So next.
Raj Shankar is still reading. I think Shivi might beat him. Sorry. Which of the following is not a type of data analytics? I think it could be. Never mind. I won't confuse you all. Yay!
Good prediction.
See, I am a good data analytics student. Which of the following is commonly used data visualization tool? Guys, please do not prompt the answers. Be competitive. We've got prizes for y'all. Yay, Shivi is still leading. Who's Shivi? If you could just okay. Hi.
Ooh,
That's
analytics team.
yes. Need GPT to help write a formal email. Which prompt will help you understand the specific task? Shivi is still leading. That's really Nice. How should one prepare for group discussion? We're all in M. Sorry for hiding the screen, guys. Joita ma'am was pretty right. She prompted sitting right front here. PD, who's PD? Okay, hi, what's your name? Sorry, we didn't get you. Poonam Deshmukh, okay. What are common questions used for group discussion? I'm sure this is gonna help you all to crack your next group discussion round, guys. PD is still leading. I think the answer was all of the above, wasn't it? What are some common data sources for data analytics? I really feel Shivi is gonna get this answer. Being a data analytics student, you better get that.
Where did Rajvendra disappear though?
No idea. He.
Answer आ गया. PD.
Never mind. PD is doing better. How do investors make profits in stock market? This is a tough one, I guess.
By selling red.
I think it's none of the above. Just confusing y'all. She definitely is. How should one prepare for personal interview, guys?
Team Amaz. PD.
Second issue.
PD.
Whoa! Give it up for PD, guys. She won. So we'll play a few more rounds for people who've missed it. So, so if we could have the next round. Don't worry, PD. We have an exciting gift for you at the end of this. We'll have one more round and that'll be the final round. So get up and have your fingers on the screen and, enter the code as soon as you all can.
It's coming. It's coming.
The ones who played the game Abhi workshop ka, I hope you all don't enter this. Let the others get a chance, right? Can 100 come, Sarah? Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there's a limit of only 10 groups. Uh, okay. No. Now we'll show the pin and then you have to enter that. There'll be a new pin generated. I love the enthusiasm, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yahoo, I'm not sure.
Guys, the code is up. Be quick. Guys, it's up. Sima ma'am, did you get a chance to? Yay!
Guys, get ready.
What is the term NSE stands for in context of stock exchange?
Quick, quick, quick.
And the answer is National Stock Exchange.
phone update कर.
Okay, nickname who? So then what to do?
We'll restart. I have a very unique nickname, Taki. Nobody else has it. Like in this. Ma'am, we're starting again. No, we are starting again. Now everybody has to put a unique name. If it's taken, come up with something that. Okay. Okay. There might be a glitch.
Guys, there's the pin.
840-0180. And we have our teams.
That's it.
Ma'am, did you get in?
We have reached the players limit.
Team Amaz probably played like 3 times.
Ma'am, we'll restart till the time you don't. Yes, ma'am.
Shubham,
ठीक है?
help me.
Ma'am, your hands. Ma'am, last chance. 1588136.
शुभम मैम का देखना क्या हो रहा है सीमा मैम
Go ahead.
Guys, let's start.
Here's the first question.
And the first question is. So, what does NSE stands for in context to stock exchange? No worries, it's just the first question that you all know of. Dips. Who's dips? Next question. What is the primary goal of data analytics? Papaya.
who is
Papaya. Papaya, okay. What is the process of group discussion in the interview? All of the above, guys. Team Amaze. What is the primary function of stock exchange? And Team Amaze is still on the lead. What is data visualization? quite easy. And Team Amaze stays in the lead. You want to generate ChatGPT a creative story about magical forest, which prompt will give imaginative story? And Team Amaze stays strong yet. What is the role of moderator in a group discussion, guys? And Team Amaze. What is the term used to describe a sudden and significant decline in stock market? Guys, please do not prompt answers. Team Amaze. What is predictive analytics used for? All the participants. I've heard this word in your presentations. Team Amaze 2 stays there. Yeah, 2. I can see that. And the last one, you are initiating a conversation with ChatGPT about your favorite movies. Which prompt will you give for engaging response? And the third. Papaya comes second. And the winner of this round is Team Amaze 2. Please give it up for them, guys. So that was the last, quiz Kahoot round that we had. But we still have some more exciting game for you. So, they're there. So, I'll ask, if you have, so I'll ask certain things. And if you have them, you'll have to run from your seats and come up on the stage. Whoever comes first gets the prize. That's it. Anyone who comes late, that's not. We asked you all to, no, you cannot. You have to take care that do not hurt yourself. Please do not get excited, guys. So, do we have anyone in the audience wearing mismatched socks? Anyone? Ma'am. Okay. I think nobody has worn a mismatched sock. Everybody's really professional. Bhavya, I can see you. Do not do that, Bhavya. It's just a prize, Bhavya. Okay. So, anybody who has a 5 rupee coin with them, gold 5 rupee coin with them,
Again, Bhavya.
you'll have to come to the stage. I would not accept it otherwise. I've told y'all.
Pause gaya.
You can have it. You can have it. What's your name? Piyush. Write his name. Piyush is getting a prize, guys. Be quick. Be on your feet. Nobody. Anyone who has a 2000 rupee note with them? Fir bhi, there are people who might, keep it for like a souvenir or something. So the other part is, if there's anyone who has a photograph of their parents, like a hard copy of that, with them right now? Yeah, like a small photo. Family photo. Not just one photo. Family photo it has to be. Wow. That is really interesting. He has it. Yeah, can I? I think we can give it to him because there's nobody who has a picture of. They do? Guys who has their parents' picture with them, along with them, like a family photo. You have it? Come. A hard copy.
Fast,
A
please.
hard copy. Anyone? Hard copy here, you have it? Come show it. Damn. We have some good kids.
Whole family together, okay?
Separate even he has. I want a whole family together. He too has separate. He has separate. If we're talking separate, is this though?
He gets it.
He's, he's playing smart there. Yeah, we're giving it to him. Sorry. Your name? Garvit. We'll get back to you, Garvit. Next up we have, this is for girls. Anyone who's wearing a big jhumka, like a fancy jhumka, or a hoop, a gold hoops, like a big hoop, not a small, a big hoop. Who is it? Who's not coming? That's the. Yeah, Baisakhi ma'am is, guys. She's wearing a jhumka. Yay! Congratulations, ma'am. No, ma'am, we'll give it to you. Thank you, ma'am, for being a sport. Do we have anyone in the crowd having chewing gum? Maybe. Like who's chewing gum? You have to come here and show me. You're having that. Anyone, fast.
Look at the number of people.
You got to come on the stage. You need to have it. He's having it. He's the one who gets it. Sorry. See, it's not appropriate to be having chewing gum in the auditorium. He's having it. And we've got him. Volunteers. His name. White. His name. Pritam. Okay, Pritam. We've got him. Yeah, I did that. Nobody's wearing that. So the most exciting part, guys, there is a lucky draw under your seats. Someone's seat. Like there's one lucky draw.
Vinayak.
Either be seated on your seats. Y'all can go around, find it. Whoever gets it has to come here. Yeah, it's under the seat. You can check your seats. Get up, go check around. There's a chit under the seat.
Bhavya, behave.
It's a paper stuck under your seat.
It's just a paper.
It's just a paper, guys. Y'all can go around, check other seat too. Make sure y'all don't. Kursi ka zamana hai. No friendships. It's Avika, you find a chit, you tell me. You show it to me. That's No, it's not that. Put the paper. It's a paper, guys. It's a folded paper. Look around. Oh, is it? Come here and show it to us. You've got to come. You've got to stand and come here. Guys, please do not try to fool me. I know the paper very well. Whoever's found it, you're on the stage right now. I think they're coming. Have they found it? Have you all found it, Kushal? Y'all got my hopes high. Guys, did y'all get the chit fast? Who hit the chit? Who's hit the paper, guys? It's not deep under. we have stand-up comedy, guys. Hold your breaths. नहीं मंदिर All right, guys, I think nobody could find the chit. I'm still giving you last 1 minute if anyone's able to find it. Anyone? Guys, did y'all find the chit? Y'all really lost an opportunity.
Hello.
Someone is sitting on that chair, just a hint. Y'all can stand up and check. Volunteers, check the seats of the volunteers. Y'all might find something. Chalo guys, be seated. It's done. Y'all can find the chit and keep it with y'all and show it to me later on. Be seated on your seats, everyone.
Guys, settle down. Guys, settle down.
Guys, settle down. Be seated on your seats.
Guys, please settle down.
Guys, please settle down. Where's my phone? Where's my phone?
Start.
Good afternoon.
Stop not talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the second half of our event, I am delighted to introduce myself, Saloni Sutaria, and my co-host Pooja Sharma.
Guys, the most awaited time of the event is here. It's time to enlighten our mood and get into a roller coaster of laughter. We today have with us an incredibly talented individual who is guaranteed to leave you here in stitches with his witty humor and impeccable timing. Please okay, so before putting your hands together for him, we're going to see a clip just so that, you'll get in the, okay, clip. Okay, so there's no clip, but we'll have him. So please put your hands together for the esteemed stand-up comedian, Mr. Abhijit Ganguly, guys. He's in the house.
Hello, hi guys, hi. Yes, hi. Thanks for the music. Okay, yeah, Insta stories, very important. और भी कर लेते हैं. Let's do crowd work comedian pose. हाँ. सारा कर लेते हैं. एक और करना है क्या?
I now request the dignitaries to please take a seat on the stage. Thank you, everyone. The event featured a diverse range of captivating strategies that truly captivated our audience. We extend a sincere gratitude to our esteemed judges for their thought provoking questions, which prompted us to reconsider our perspectives on data analytics and broader landscape of the industry.
As we look back on this enriching experience, we are inspired to incorporate these invaluable insights into our own analytical practices, ensuring that our approach remains dynamic and innovative in ever-evolving field of data analytics.
I would like to take this opportunity to request our judges to share their thoughts and views on today's presentation and DECODE, beginning with Mr. Shubham Jha.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So yeah, it was a great competition. I think I'm the least experienced person among the whole crowd on stage, and I probably know as much as you guys do. So my primary purpose for coming here was to look at different problem statements and sort of learn from you. And it was a great experience for me, and great job by all the teams. But it's really commendable. Please do a round of applause for yourself. Regardless of whoever wins, I think someone, as Karthik said, someone who has faced the problem and tried to solve it with complete commitment, they have gained enough from the last 24 hours. And hopefully your difficult time ends now, and after some time you can go home and complete your sleep or do whatever else you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for these wonderful words. I now request Raghavendran Kandar Swami, sir, to please share his thoughts with us.
Thank you so much. I think it's a wonderful experience being here. I just want to leave you guys with one simple message. 24 hours, winning or losing, does not really matter. It's the effort that you have ultimately put in. It's the learning experience in those 24 hours that really matter. When you're out there in the real world, all of this becomes extremely transformative, and there will be a day when you will look back and say that those 24 hours of effort that you put in really mattered. So the more you get to do this, the better you will get to be prepared to be out there and accomplish things for the organizations you work for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful words. Now, the moment we all have been waiting for. It's time to reveal the winners of DECODE 2024. Audience, can we have some guesses, please? Okay, so let's go through the journey of anticipation. Before we announce the results, let me quote, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal, and it is the courage to have tried and continue doing so that counts."
Let's welcome our director, Professor Dr. Amy Khan, on the stage.
There's a mistake. Amol, sir. Let's welcome our HOD, Mr. Amol Desai, sir, as he is seated on the stage. We would like Amol, sir, to announce the second runner-up position, who would be honored with a check of worth 25,000. Guys, give a huge round of applause.
So second runner-up is actually the third position, right? The team who is winning is the Amul Desai. No, it's another. It's Cyber Blaze for the pre-approved persona.
मैं बोलती हूँ प्लीज एमए खान सर को बुलाओ भाई फर्स्ट रनर अप एमए खान सर डायरेक्टर Thank you so much, team. Guys, Institute. Guys, they are from NMIMS. Please give a huge round of applause for them.
I now request Professor Dr. M.A. Khan to announce the first runner-up of the competition.
He will be receiving a check worth 50,000 rupees.
Prize goes to Data to Decision, Manalytics for predictive stock analysis and portfolio construction.
Give a huge round of applause for them, guys. Come to, I don't know. The second runner-up too is from NMIMS. Please give a huge round of applause, guys. We must admit, our hearts are racing in anticipation right along with yours. As a team, we deeply admire your dedication and innovation, and we can't wait to see who will be crowned the champion of DECODE 2024. So without further ado, I would like to invite our CEO, Professor Dr. Sima Saini ma'am, to announce the winner of DECODE 2024. You all can see the shaking in my voice. It's so much of excitement.
Right. And I'm sure you've guessed who it is. Any guesses? Sorry? So it is Ninja for electric demand forecasting.
Give a
Ninja?
huge round of applause for the team, guys.
The first position of DECODE 24, Data to Decision, goes to Ninja.
Guys, the team is from IIM Mumbai. Please give a huge round of applause for them. They're the winners of DECODE 2024. बाकी मुदित दालमिया लिखा है।
My heartiest congratulations to all the winners.
May I now invite Amul sir to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Karthik Shankar. Guys, please give a huge round of applause. I now request Professor Dr. M.A. Khan to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Shubham Jha. Thank you, sir. I now request our CEO, Professor Dr. Sima Saini ma'am, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Raghavendran Kandaswamy. Thank you so much, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, participants, and audience, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge to the contributions of those who have worked to make DECODE 2024 a grand success. As we bring the curtain down on the incredible journey of 2024, I stand here with immense gratitude for those who have contributed to making this event such a tremendous success. These past 2 days have been a testament to power of intellect, innovation, and industry expertise coming together to create something truly transformative. I want to express my sincere thanks to our Honorary Secretary Mr. Mudit Dalmia and Vice President Mr. Mudit Dalmia for their constant support and guidance, along with our CEO Professor Dr. Sima Saini and our Director Professor M.A. Khan for their unwavering leadership. I would like to thank Dean Academics Professor Dr. Joyita Chatterjee ma'am for supporting us throughout the event. I express heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Amul Desai, our esteemed professor, our esteemed head of department, for his consistent invaluable support extended to us throughout the duration of the event, which greatly contributed to its success. I would like to give special thanks to our coordinator, Ms. Sushma Monde, for her unwavering constant support. A big shout out to our faculty coordinators for their dedication throughout the planning and execution of DECODE. I also want to thank our marketing team, facility management team, technical support, and photography team for their kind hard work behind the scenes. And let us not forget non-teaching staff whose efforts often go unnoticed but then crucial for making events like this run smoothly. To Metrics Committee, student members, and volunteers, I'm incredibly proud of your dedication and enthusiasm, which has been instrumental to making this event a huge success. I would like to thank all first-year junior volunteers for supporting us all with full passion and dedication with all necessary requirements and setting up a bar for the coming years. To all presenters, panelists, and participants, thank you for your valuable contributions and unwavering enthusiasm. Thank you. There is a famous quote by Robert Kiyosaki, author of Rich Dad and Poor Dad, which says, "Sometimes you learn, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn." All the 5 finalists, you are all amazing and have already proven yourselves today. May I invite Professor Dr. Sima Saini ma'am to declare the event closure.
Thank you, each one of you. In the organizing team, Amul sir, under his guidance, Sushma, Preeti, and the entire team of Business Analytics, thank you very much for putting such a wonderful program together. I think students had a great time with their rock band, which they had yesterday, and the stand-up comedy that was there this evening, and the various workshops that were going on for the benefit of the students. So along with your thank you, I would like to add on to that. Indeed, the first edition, a very successful edition. Congratulations, all of you. And yes, many more editions to follow. And Hackathon or DECODE comes here to stay. Congratulations, all of you. And I declare DECODE 24 closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let us all rise for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Everyone, please be seated. Now we request our dignitaries, judges, faculty members, committee members, and volunteers of DECODE and participants to wait back for a photograph. Participants, the winners, the 5 finalists, y'all can come on the stage for a group photograph.
Action. हाँ Sushma, you stand. Sushma, you go.
Maybe इधर ही खड़ा I don't know what happened. Sarah, smile. What happened? क्या मजा है दोनों के लिए मजा है कल भी और आज नथिंग चालू है